A system is going on that this white people can stumble up in here, and so that they can't be detected as agents, they'll just come in and you'll say, oh, they're just drunk. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're just drunk. You see what I'm saying? So, but this come to find out it happened 3 times. You see, so we know that they're monitoring and all, but that's just very interesting. I mean, well, you know, it's just, I mean, at this particular time, I mean, the whole, who knows?
The whole system is one.
I mean, yeah, I mean, who knows at this particular time? Huh? Yeah, I mean, at this particular point, there's really nothing you can do about it, and there's really nothing you need to do about it. It's like they say, if you invite 100 people, 80 of them agents. Who knows? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't even think it has nothing to even do with the white boy. I think it has something to do with just people in our own community tipping them off. You understand what I'm saying? And this is some stuff, if you worry about it, you never get nothing done. You know what I'm saying? You never get anything done. But we're riding on a whole other force. That's why it's important to do libations. Because libations keep all that out. And I realized that when I was in Jacksonville, Florida back in 1994. And in 1994, and I did the libation, and then after that they sent a brother up there was telling me about some white witches wanted me to come downtown. They had a whole bunch of information they want to give me. Man, are you crazy? But what had happened is that they could not remote view. You see what I'm saying? They could not remote view, or they could not get past the barriers. So as a result, they had to send some brother there that wanted me to come up in there. You see what I'm saying? So that they can get me off my turf and zap me or whatever. So, you know, it's that kind of thing. So, I mean, you really can't even worry about it, but it was one of those type of things that that's why it's important to deal with the libations, because what that does is that blocks them out. That blocks them out. As a matter of fact, putting down certain things in your house, like the VVs, or you know, or the different aspects, putting certain sigils in your house will block out even bug telephone. It would just be like it would be just like what is it when they put the stuff in the videos and they scramble? So it would be just like de-scrambling, or just be like scrambling the actual signals. So we know that you can do that also. So you can do that also. So that's why it's important to pour libations. I said second, I said okay, I said foot, I said foot, I said foot. I said cool, I said sahu, I said ka, I said captain, I said second, I said okay, I said foot, I said foot, I said foot nephew, I said foot newit, I said apit, I said apep, I said new, I said I'm in Winchester, I said Osea Kempia Minty, I said Azazel, I said Azathos, I said Silk Niggerock, I say Cthulhu, I say Yo Santos, I say Hestar, I say great old ones, I say great ones, I say deep ones, I say Dagon, I say Dogon, I say Alma, I say Naama, I say Ba, I say Na, I say Ku, I say Nomo, I say Yugaru, I say Yugaru, I say Yugaru, I say Kuntu, I say Digitaria stages, I say Uzimu, I say Buzimu, I say Muzimu, I say Kamara, I say Kingu, I say Kamara, I say Muzimu, I say Marambo, I say Rarimpi, I say Muzimo, I say Bo, I say Do, I say Zeldo, I say Jodo, I say Fo, I say Yi, I say Mawa, I say Si, I say Mawa Lisa, I say Lekba, I say Akanapon, I say Okwa, I say Natra, I say Sansaman, I say Melampo, I say Sansam, I say Akanapon, I say Kimi, I say Sansaban, I say Hera, I say Apollo, I say Hercules, I say Prometheus, I say Titans, I say Chronos, I say Rhea, I say Uranus, I say Sephra, I say Ain, I say Ain, I say Ain Sir, I say Keba, I say Shakma, I say Bina, I say Dar, I say Chess, I say Gebera, I say Tipperit, I say Natsat, I say Yaset, I say Malkuth, I say Genea, I say Kalippa, I say Metatron, I say Medaratan, I say Mescaline, I say Melchizedek, I say Sidek, I say Sutek, I say Baal Zephon, I say Baal Zephon, I say Aether, I say Colios, I say Magnetar, I say Jupiter, I say Mars, I say Helios, I say Venus, I say Mercury, I say Diana, I say Rhea, I say Ceres, I say Aethys, I say Uranus, I say Rhea, I say Zeus, I say, almost scratch that. Aries, I say Apollo, I say Aphrodite, I say Hermes, I say Tahuti, I say Artemis, I say Demeter, I say Heru Raha, I say Ra Heru Kahuti, I say Heru Ha, I say Harpaprat, I say Mim, I say Ptah, I say Amin Ra, I say Amin Rinthensar, I say Anu, I say Adam Ra, I say Adam Burgi, I say Ogufareli, I say Abraxas, I say Mithra, I say Ma'at, I say Mut, I say Sut, I say Heru, I say Anpu, I say Anush, I say Anunnaki, I say Osea, I say Nephurt, I say Yima, I say Odin, I say Frigga, I say Balder, I say Loki, I say Thor, I say Freya, I say Fire, I say Silk, I say Nephthys, I say Brahmin, I say Shakti, I say Shiva, I say Kali, I say Ravini, I say Vishnu, I say Ramachandra, I say Shiva, I say Sita, I say Hanuman, I say Jinsaya, I say Lakshmi, I say Layla, I say Lily too, I say Leah, I say Allah, I say Yamawala Wado, I say Bridget, I say Marasha, I say Papagade, I say Odungwedi, I say Ogufareli, I say Ogoshengo, I say Azuli, I say Lepa, I say Ishu, I say Edowedo, I say Zaka, I say Babaluaye, I say Ife, I say Loa, I say Oshofi, I say Olakun, I say Olaroon, I say okay. Olafi, I say Obatala, I say Odudawa, I say Oruna, I say Ogun, I say Shango, I say Oshun, I say Lepa, I say Yeminya, I say Orishilu, Oku, I say Oya, I say. Alright, few more. Get it going on. But you do have the copies of this that you can Xerox and give to people when they want. Okay then. So you can step by here and get these if you want them. Okay. Ami Tutu, I say Ani Tutu, I say Ili Tutu, I say Tutu Leba, I say Kofi Ka, I say Kofi Arun, I say Kofi Ipo, I say Kofi Opo, I say Imtana, I say Kofi Bakaba, I say Akababa Waya, I say Tayamat, I say Babylon, I say Labu, I say Inanna, I say Kofi Ka, I say Kofi Imtana, I say Kofi Opo, I say Kofi Iyo, I say Kofi Bakaba, I say Akababa Waya, I say Mojo Obo Lapi, I say Mojo Obo Ipu, I say got a little more in here. Moko Ojo Itatu, I say Mojo Obo Iku, I say Nila Labali Olumari Olagoon, I say Nikamasi Ogo Ilasa, I say Babalasa Ogo Ilasa, I say Inikamasi, I say. Okay, well, that's that. We could do the ancestors now. Awas, okay, we still go. We don't even need the water. We got enough here. We just call out the names. Awas, I say. Thunderdog, I say. Thunderbird, I say. Sunbear, I say. Let's see. Amsu Min, I say. Tai Yik, I say. Minivis, I say. Mintu, I say. Satis, I say. Tutanin, I say. Upwaret, I say. Kor, I say. Garden, I say. To all gods known and unknown, I say. Now start calling out your ancestors. 1, 2, 3. Call out your ancestors. Let's see, the Hemmitt family, the Shaw family, the Davis family, I say. Ginger's family, I say. 1, 2, 3. Start calling them out. I say. Holler them out. I say. Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all gods known and unknown. Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. In the Gospel of Thomas, it was like, which is when they got out of the library, they took out a Conference of Nicaea. It's found in these in this text. In the Gospel of Thomas, he says, they say, Christ, tell us what kind of diet you want us to go on. He said, don't lie. Why do what you hate? Blessed is the man who eats the lion. Then the lion becomes a part of the man. Cursed is the man to get eaten by the lion, and a man becomes a part of the lion. He goes on, they say, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, you'll know the end when you know the beginning. Since you done lost the knowledge to the beginning. They well, then they said, they told him tell about the end. He said, you know the end if you know the beginning. They said, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, heaven is all around you, but you drunk, you can't see it because you're looking for these two eyes, and you ain't looking with the spiritual eye. This person in here is a straight up revolutionary. A no-holds-barred person. They don't even deal with the crazy stuff. You see what I'm saying? So clearly the text that they dug up in 1945 that dates back to Coptic Egypt and only in the Melanin is a totally different thing. And that's the original one before the Romans stole it and turned it into the New Testament. But don't get me wrong, the New Testament got all the stuff in it. It's just that for the first time you can't go by page for page, but you can go into the pages and find the same stuff. That's the difference. The Bible is still a viable thing. You just can't go by from A to Z, but you can go into the pages and it's all there. That's the difference. Know how to interpret. Yeah, that's the difference. You can't go by the basic theology that's drawn up from the Freedmen's Bureau, which is the way they was going to teach slaves. And that's what we still on now. Same old good old time religion is good enough for me. You can't go by that anymore. You have to go into the book. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. And that's the difference. It's all there. The true Christ, the one that comes. And that's the original one before the Romans stole it and turned it into the New Testament. But don't get me wrong, the New Testament got all the stuff in it. It's just that for the first time you can't go by page for page, but you can go into the pages and find the same stuff. That's the difference. The Bible is still a viable thing. You just can't go by from A to Z, but you can go into the pages and it's all there. That's the difference. Know how to interpret. Yeah, that's the difference. You can't go by the basic theology that's drawn up from the Freedmen's Bureau, which is the way they was going to teach slaves. That's what we still on now. Same old good old time religion is good enough for me. You can't go by that anymore. You have to go into the book. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. And that's the difference. It's all there. Now let me show you the real mystery of the book to make the book come alive. Take the book, take some old deity that you're supposed to follow, take him out, and put yourself in the role of the Christ. And that's what the book is originally for. It's a guidebook for your soul, which is the Christ. So the person that they're talking about in there is you. Old body, new body. Old Testament, New Testament. If you take the book, just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods, and the scriptures cannot be broken? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So it means you're supposed to take the book as an esoteric book. And everywhere you see Jesus or the Christ, you identify that as your soul. Then the book comes alive. It's just when you start following it and thinking some cracker coming back or some black man coming back. Black man come back saying, I'm the Christ. I say, okay, good. You take these bullets. Now, you take these bullets and you take them and don't be on that floor. Then maybe you have a chance. I might follow you.
The time is now, and children are not the goddamn future. You are the future. Children have never been the fucking future. You the future. The child is only carried on the parents' future. You see what I'm saying? So now what happens is they train you in this country to focus on the child. But meanwhile, you ain't getting shit in your head. So as a result, the child comes up. You see what I'm saying? And basically, it's repetitious and it's a damn cycle. You see? And so he comes up and he's an asshole too. Or she's an asshole too. But it's you. So the first thing somebody do in a conscious meeting, you're going to start talking about some damn children. That's 18 fucking years away before that motherfucker even begin to do some shit. Or 12 years away. As a matter of fact, the conscious realm don't even get to a child till he gets 12 years old. To a certain levels of certain glands don't even open up in the body. That's why the Bible talks about 12-year-old thing. But the key is you the one. Because the knowledge was not given to your child, it was given to you. Although your child is a genius and he got all the potential and you can see the shit in him, in her. You see them, they are very advanced. They think, the thoughts that they think in their head when you was a child, you didn't start thinking that way till you was 12. They be little people and you be like, damn, I'm amazed. But that's not the point. The point is they're on their way to damn ruination like every other asshole in the prison until you put something in their head. It's about you. And America has this policy, save the child, but don't save the adult. Now anybody know if a child got a fucked up adult, a child grows up a schizoid. You got people, man, you got children that's genius, but their parents was fucked up and they cannot break the cycle. They fucked up in the head. You see what I'm saying? Look. We got 4 friends that we grew up with, and their parents, the mothers left them down to be raised with the grandmother, and they went back up north, but the mothers had like big-time jobs and lived a damn a Mary Tyler Moore life. You know, you gonna make it, but they doing this shit up there and their children down south. And them, to this day, all them damn brothers, there's 3 of them, especially the males, all of them fucked up. One boy is 39, this boy, he's graduated college, he got a $50,000 a year job, and he can't keep a goddamn girl a date. And if this girl wants him, she got to make like she don't want him. And then he'll be with her. But soon as she shows any type of thing that she wants him, the girl a damn weak and she likes him. we tell her, well, you know, you can't like him. Because if you like him, you gone. He cutting your ass loose tomorrow. Crazy. So my point is, it's you. It's not the children, it's you. I believe in children. I know you the future. The future is always now. I know you the future. So my point is, it's you. It's not the children, it's you. I believe in children. I know you the future. The future is always now. I believe in children. I know you the future. The future is always now. If you don't take care of shit now, it ain't gonna be in the future. And that's what they keep doing. The future never gets here. Because you're always in the damn present, which is the future. So it's not you, so automatically they cut your conscience off. Because the white man understands that he can give you something to look forward to. He has already eliminated the space between you and that time that you're looking forward to do some shit. Based on your career, based on your child growing up, based on some insurance policy when you 65, all that bullshit. And that is to suspend consciousness so he can have another day to kick you in the ass. But the time is now. That's how he does things on mind control.
We can discuss this damn shit, but you motherfuckers got to quit being scared. Punctified. You the new, when all the bullshit go down, you the motherfuckers rising. You understand this, to rise, you gotta be down. By definition of the damn term. That which rises can't be up. It has to come down. And that what rises has to be down. And you the motherfucking lowly beast. So ultimately this shit is about us. So quit depending on a bunch of mammy-pammy gods and shit like this for your everyday little bullshit life. You know what I'm saying? Well, what about if some of my people get sick? Fuck them, let them die. You know what I'm saying? Take it up goddamn hell. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers breathing ain't talking about shit. Gotta go. Shit ain't worth it. It's bad enough motherfuckers that's learned down here trying to learn some shit. Gotta catch hell. But a damn nigga don't know nothing. You need to just eliminate yourself with all them grandmama, grandfather, mama, sister. Any of them motherfuckers don't know nothing, ain't living no way. The Egyptians say, what, every day you live, you're supposed to learn something. And the day that you don't learn something is the day that you don't live. So them motherfuckers already dead. You just need to eliminate them so they don't take up your air. So fuck them. Don't be mammy-pammy to a bunch of damn gods to help you with a bunch of assholes supposed to be dead. What about the children? Well, damn the children. Them motherfuckers is worse than the grown people. Why the hell you don't see, go back to Cuba, you don't see one child in reference to Horace, because they know he the motherfucker gonna get them up out of here. You don't see no children on none of the damn timber walls. Think about it now. I've been studying this shit for years. You don't never see, and in none of the mythology, they don't see that many children. They show one the divine child. You don't see no children. Why? Because goddamn, as far as they're concerned, the children is motherfucking mentally retarded before it starts to go to the aspect of reason. That's why you can't talk to the shit. The motherfucker's semi-retarded till it comes to reason. So who gives a shit then? Because that's all they want to do. That's what the government, first thing the government does, they want to get you teary-eyed. Oh, the children, damn the children. I believe the children ain't no fucking future. The adults is the goddamn future. If you don't have a motherfucking adult to teach them assholes, they ain't gonna be shit. So you gonna shirk your responsibility of intellect and know-how and reason to put it off on a motherfucker that you ain't gonna teach? That's ludicrous. So children are not the future. And in this case, children are the goddamn death. This shit is over. If you think you fucked up, wait till your children get up. Because I'm telling you, I see deterioration, and I'm telling you, it is your children. Them motherfuckers have lost their damn mind. But it's all a part of the process. You crazy as hell. If we are privy to the information and we crazy, how the hell you gonna put everything off on the future of some people who ain't gonna get no more information? Cause the cycle of that is gone. After this, barbarism. Shit, go look outside now. Motherfuckers are pathetic. Barbarism. Your family members is crazy as hell. Can't talk to them. Only thing they want to do is sit in front of a TV with a goddamn claw. Don't you understand that something's insane with a motherfucker that don't want to hear nothing about how he got here and what he's doing here, but want to hear something about a goddamn Shaquille O'Neal?
Sun is the sun behind the sun. Our sun is a reflection supposedly of an original sun. The original sun being Sirius, which is now not in space, is down here on earth and is inside of you. That's where Sirius is. Heaven realm is within. That means that it is inside of you. And when you look out there, and if you so happen to find that by this star in the constellation, you're only reflecting something that is inside your brain. That's the way it is. Ain't nothing out there in the heavens. That's all a hologram. But when you see the light, you're only reflecting something that's on the inside of you. It's just like being in a dark house and you got a movie screen of the physical world and you thinking that movie screen is reality. And while you looking at that, you can't see the actual stars that's inside of your head. Even because you looking in the movie and seeing the stars up in the sky, but all that is nothing but a reflection of what's on the inside of you. So, when you're dealing with the real sun is the hidden sun. Amen Ra. Amen, which means hidden. The hidden sun. Amen Ra. So the real sun is inside of you. The fake sun is out there in the sky. That's a Adalabroth. That's who Adalabroth is. Remember now, Adalabroth rules the 7 planetary spheres. He don't rule this upper triad because you can get out throh binary understanding, which I'm going to explain how to kill him. And then you go to this is called the archetypal world, and this is the primordial mobile, which is Kether. But all of this goes like in a way down here because one is in the other. We'll explain that in question and answer. But the key is the sun right here, Tipperath, number 6. Is Tipperath the sun? What does it say? It says B-U-A-U-T-Y, beauty. That's a Adalabroth.
See where I'm coming from? Mm-hmm. He was warned against his own damn self for 700 or 800 years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He only became a world power to dominate the entire world this century. In the latter part of last century with the British Empire. So that means he's only had roughly about close to 100 years ruling. And for compared to what we have been ruling, that's almost like an hour. So you just got to look at the bigger picture of things. See what I'm saying? Everything is under control. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run this shit. We run this shit. He might run his little ass around this shit. The white boy might run his little ass around here, but we run this motherfucker. It's just that the African has been convinced, or the ancient one has been convinced, that he doesn't, only in his damn mind. Why is that? Because in the course of us getting hit in the head as slaves, we come out wanting the same little old material mess that he wants, which is nothing. Trinkets. You know it doesn't have any value. You got to keep reinventing stuff new. And the Kabbalah says that the true ones, they say the intruder will come. Now what's an intruder? An intruder is a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that is there now, that's ruling over the original people. And the Kabbalah says, A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah says, and the intruder, he rules because he causes luxury. And he rules through his luxury. He's a chameleon. Keep changing the fashion, keep changing the technology, and you keep running after the shit. He causes luxury, material possessions. So he really ain't the king of nothing. So they say the empire changes of the earth, but it only changes the outer appearance. He's the Lord of illusion. You see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. He's the Lord of illusion. So in any way, what we're talking about here is why they only came with religious material. Because the religious material tells you in actuality, we are hard-headed. We are looking to build a civilization to match his, and he has civilized barbarism. What we need a bunch of black capitalists for? We have been there, done that. We're trying to get to the next plateau, and that's the problem. What we do, we claim we so damn religious and we believe in Jesus and all that type of shit here. But it's like the old saying, everybody want to get to heaven and nobody wants to die. We want what we want, and we want to be equal to the white man and not equal to our own God self. You see. So I asked this question: did the Egyptians leave a blueprint behind if they had 5,000 years to prepare on economic freedom? No, they left spiritual stuff, and the spiritual stuff talk about metamorphosis. Osiris rising to the Heru, and the Heru is the higher realm. All right. Okay. for protection. For protection in your house, you want to get you some black-eyed peas and put them in the corner of your house and under your bed. Something's real simple for protection. Now, before you put the black-eyed peas, you want to go on the internet or you want to go to a botanica and get some stuff called, I said this in the lecture to people that wasn't there the last couple of days, some stuff called Craolin. Spell that.
C-R-A-O-L-I-N.
C-R-A-O-L-I-n. Craolin. C-R-A-O-L-I-n. Craolin. Craolin smells like strong magic marker. It's some liquid stuff. But whatever you put that Craolin down, whatever's in your house is negative, got to get the hell on out of there. First time we put it down, we heard some bottles and stuff turning over. They were mad. You should, once you find out what Craolin, you can buy it on the big gallon on the internet. But you can find the Craolin in this city, in botanicas or someplace. If you can't, you have to go online. But you should Craolin your house, what, once a month or once every 2 months?
No, I think whenever you feel...
Whenever you feel a negative energy.
Yeah.
Huh? It's called Craolin. It's a liquid aspect. They've been selling it for years.
Yeah.
But all I know is...
So, where would you put it? Well,
You just mop your floors with it.
Mop your floor.
Mop your floors with it. If you got carpet,
What if you have what? Carpet?
if you got carpet, mark the base of that wall. You know how that baseboard?
Well, no, I would say to do the kitchen and
Do the
bathroom.
kitchen in the bathroom.
Yeah, the floors that don't have any rugs on.
But you can put some in the base
Yeah.
around the house.
Yeah, or on the cloth.
On the wall.
Wipe the bases down.
Okay.
Soaking wet. My pillow got soak. My pillow got soaking wet. My pillow got.
there's some things you don't beg your enemy to redeem you or to free you. Otherwise, that wouldn't be an enemy. There has to be an enemy. That's what the movie said on the movie Thunderheart. He said some of us have to die. This was he said this was a 300-year-old resistance. We can't break the goddamn resistance by saying, oh, please, master, lighten up on me. That's a prisoner of war. So if I get up in there and don't have no marches for me, black political prisoners. Somebody said, we got Brother Bobby, he was out there speaking, and now they got him on death row, and we gonna do, I said, look, I'm gonna come outside the prison and say, look, damn all y'all. Let me die.
Right.
And let the man kill me, because that's the most honorable thing you can do.
Right.
Until you learn how to kill his ass, because we don't ever go on offense. But the key is we have to die.
Right.
But never ever beg your enemy to spare your life. Then he has one up on you, then he can say, now I can appear to be humane, which he's never is. You see what I'm saying?
My pillow got soaking wet. My pillow got soaking wet. My pillow soaking wet. My pillow got soaking. My pillow got. My pillow got. My pillow got soaking wet. My pillow got soak. My pillow got soaking wet. My pillow got soaking wet.
But there's alternative history in fields of the esoteric world, which, if you are in the collegiate faction, a factor you can't mention, because that'll be scholarly suicide based on the white man. So Darwin discovered African or Atlantean documents. Now, why did he discover this? Because he was a part of a secret society. When we get in there, you're going to find out some stuff when we go into this. A blatant example of this theory of natural selections
is Darwin's theory of natural selection. Incurably curious, Darwin discovered the African or Atlantean documents which hinted the origins of human development. During his numerous travels, he was eventually initiated into a Masonic lodge aimed at bringing the humans and the Nephilims together. Well, that might have been the aspect. When they talk about humans, they're talking about white people now. The Nephilims, we are a higher breed of that. We'll go back to, gonna get to the white boy in a minute. When he learned the origins of humanity and destiny of the Nephilim, because we have a destiny, Darwin destroyed the observations which had brought him to enlightenment, afraid of betraying the Nephilim Lodge in their hostile secret societies. He guided them, who guided him. Darwin built his coherent system of biological evolution and further obscure the track, or basically he made this particular trip, and provided with the weapon which could be used to attack the Masons, sworn enemy of the Catholic Church. Thus Darwin protected those whom he called the miracle selection of the Nephilim. So in so many words, what he's talking about here is, he created this whole thing of coming from apes to cover up the fact that, number one, we didn't come from no damn apes. Now, see, this is secret deep. We got this same foolishness filtered down in the Afrocentric community, because half of the Afrocentric scholars, by them being in a part of a collegiate structure, and now this is the foundation of all colleges, is you got to believe in this Darwin's theory to be considered a scholar. So the Afrocentric movement was talking about all these different ape-type people up to black people. We don't have no records. And I'll debate any black person that'll come up to me and show me some shit in Africa.
Masses are going to go through every ailment there is. You can't be worrying about that, because if we keep worrying about the trouble that the masses are in, we never cultivate anything among ourselves to get to the higher level in which the masses going to be a part of. Because ultimately, all this shit got to be destroyed. You see what I'm saying? So T.D. Jakes is just a part of the same society, you see what I'm saying, that the masses are the same people. You see what I'm saying? He's only a manifestation of their ignorance.
You have a question for me?
Yeah.
So are you telling me I'm the devil just because the skin I was born in?
Look.
Yes.
Yes. Look. Okay, I'm gonna use this from whether she's the devil based on the skin she's born in. I'm not gonna use it from a religious standpoint of view, because just like the African that stood before the table said, you know, you deal with the whole religious thing and all, and you throw people off. But what we're saying is this, based on historically, and if you get into your learned white people, they bear witness to this, that historically you were going around the planet and enslaved and raped and pillaged and killed to this particular day, and you suffer, and this is in the masses of you. Now this is one that is in the collective of white. You suffer from a superiority complex, and I don't see why wouldn't you. Everything you see, every image you see is of white folks. You see what I'm saying? So now, on that particular aspect of the religious aspect and all, I will say, based on the metaphysical aspect, based on the Kabbalah, they say the intruder, which means that was a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that now is intruding and causing an incontinuance to learning because they cause luxury. That's the capitalistic society. So like I say, is this here. As an individual, as an individual, it doesn't really matter, but as a collective, that's what we deal with. Because personally, be honest with you, you personally don't have no effect on me. You can't really do anything to me.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So to be grown up about this individually, it don't even really matter. But we talking about collectively, you benefit from a system and a society. You understand what I'm saying? That collectively, not just black people, but all indigenous people. We just going back, look, you just had a man that died recently.
I can't argue.
Right, you just had a man that died recently. What's your boy, the actor that just died? Marlon Brando. And what did he say when he sent that Native American woman to the Academy Award? She say, you all look and you would think that the Native Americans happen on another planet somewhere or another continent. You go about talking about this freedom thing and you massacred millions of people. Let me show. So my point is, historically, you figure it out. Let me give you an example. They came to San Francisco. Now, they had already broke all the treaties. They pushed them from the middle of the country. Their last stand was San Francisco. In 3 years, they had 60 million Native Americans. And when they got through in 3 years, they had 20.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we talking about people that's massacring 50. They massacred 80 million buffaloes just so the Native Americans couldn't eat. So historically, it's not even an argument. My point here is, if you get off of just the whole thing based on the biological thing and just deal with the principalities of mindsets. You see what I'm saying? The mindset. You benefit from a culture that exacerbates and fosters this shit to this day. You see what I'm saying?
No, privilege creates blindness.
It
creates selfishness, and I absolutely agree.
You see what I'm saying? So,
I absolutely agree.
you see, my point is, and so now, and so my point here is, and guess what? Believe it or not, I'm not talking today based on the stuff that you've done in the past. I'm giving you concept of what shit is going on right now on a global level. On a global level. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is on that particular level. So I try to, because you know, yes, you got Sarnetta that will tell you how he feels, and you can come in any Saturday and he'll get on your ass. You know. So my rendition is to take it from another point of view, so you can leave this, what you call it, understanding that we're not just here personally saying these things because we're upset what you did with us in the past. We're talking about globally on some things that's actually going on personally, on some things that's going on. You see what I'm saying? So it's on that particular level. You know, I say it that way, you know.
What I wanted to say is that if you alienate people, like, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
You feel no frat, baby, you don't even have to worry about this thing. Let me tell you. You ain't got to worry about this. This is no, I'm going to tell you, let me tell you the fear that white people go around with. Just listen to what I'm trying to say. There's nothing I'm going to say to these people that's going to turn them against white folks. With my little 1 or 2 hours of saying this, when you all have blatantly done things for years and they still love you. And the bottom line is, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. That's not our nature. Black people will never be haters and never will. No matter how much we espouse that stuff, first of all, in order for us to be racist, you got to have a power to even to impose racism. So you really don't have to worry about this type of thing on a person's views. Be honest with you, our people love you. So therefore, when you get a brother up here that's telling you what time it is, you should actually champion that. Because most black people, you're gonna go around, they're gonna be skinning and grinning, and they're gonna well, good then.
Yo, let her know Negroes love her.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes.
You have no control over it because you don't control the system.
Right.
You just caught up in it.
Ashe, Alsu, Ashe, Mamu, Ashe, Astao, Ashe, Kulukulu, Ashe, Quazaquoto, Ashe, Nakumpra, Ashe, Umbelenga, Ashe, Chengo,
Ashe Obatala, Ashe Oduduwa, Ashe Orunla, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Elegba, Ashe Iminja, Ashe Orisha Oku, Ashe Oya, Ashe Damawalawedo, Ashe Papagede, Ashe Ipe, Ashe let's see, Edowedo, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Alafat, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Adam Gwade, Ashe Marasha, Ashe Da, Ashe Teva, Ashe Shakma, Ashe Bina, Ashe Tipperith, Ashe Nakshat, Ashe Had, Ashe Yal Said, Ashe Malkut, Ashe Ain, Ashe Ain Sa Ashe, okay, hold on, Cthulhu, Ashe Azathoth, Ashe Nirahotep, Ashe Shub Niggurath, Ashe Hastar, Ashe let's see, Marduk, Ashe Tiamat, Ashe Timayat, Ashe Sekmayat, Ashe Yog Sathos, Ashe Brahman, Ashe Vishnu, Ashe Brahmini, Ashe Nut, Ashe Apit, Ashe Gaia, Ashe Layla, Ashe Allah, Ashe El Shaddai, Ashe Melchizedek, Ashe Meduratan, Ashe Atan, Ashe Bastet, Ashe Butchers, Ashe Dadoon, Ashe Sutnesi, Ashe Sutnubit, Ashe Pascat, Ashe Janesi, Ashe Rodnesi, Ashe Thunderdog, Ashe Thunderbird, Ashe Jack, Ashe Henry, Ashe Patanetu Unra, Ashe Janesi, Ashe Wolfman, Ashe Osea, Ashe Aset, Ashe Heru, Ashe Fatah, Ashe Ra, Ashe Anpu, Ashe Tahuti, Ashe Mutt, Ashe Monk, Ashe Mott, Ashe Minibus, Ashe Nanu, Ashe Heket, Ashe Peket, Ashe Shuha, Ashe Muther, Ashe Sutnesi, Ashe Ranesi, Ashe Heru Kit Kuti, Ashe Lazarus, Ashe Melektas, Ashe Azazel, Ashe Sanjek, Ashe Samuel, Ashe Raziel, Ashe Kaziel, Ashe Lubiel, Ashe Bubiel, Ashe Lashiel, Ashe Michael, Ashe Gabriel, Ashe Haniel, Ashe Lilith, Ashe Lilith, Ashe Vashe Shetu, Ashe Omino Kopo, Ashe. Let's do this. Let's get some good things going. Let's see. All right. I'm on a roll now, so I don't want to stop it. Oh, say Tachi Kim, Ashe. Dr. Murti, Ashe Sunbear, Ashe Uzimu, Ashe Bo, Ashe Da, Ashe Ama, Ashe Neama, Ashe Ba, Ashe Na, Ashe Nomo, Ashe, let's see, Kuntu, Ashe Kuthumi, Ashe Shanat Kumra, Ashe, let's see, okay, let's keep on going. What's that? Sekhmet, Ashe, Sebek Ra, Ashe Kansu Ra, Ashe Ankaf Kansu, Ashe, Pa Hatu Ra, Ashe, Mutin Ashe Lam, Ashe Sami, Ashe Kami, Ashe Aditi, Ashe, Sata, Ashe Tasakata, Ashe, all the Necronomicon, Ashe, all the Anukian deities, Ashe, Pele, Ashe, Gaia, Ashe, Animamundi, Ashe, Anabalaj Muhammad, Ashe, Nobutu Ali, Ashe, Malcolm X, Ashe, Master Fard Muhammad, Ashe, Marcus Garvey, Ashe, Adam Clayton Powell, Ashe, Martin Luther King, Ashe, Sojourner Truth, Ashe, Harriet Tubman, Ashe, Mary McLeod Bethune, Ashe, Nat Turner, Ashe, Ray Turner, Ashe, Richard Allen, Ashe, Denmark Vesey, Ashe, Henry Highland Garnett, Ashe, Morris Brown, Ashe, come on, give me some. Ashe, Ashe, keep on going. Ashe, Devaline, Ashe. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, now, I'm just going to say to all gods known and unknown. Ashe, to all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe, I'm going to give you my, so let's see, my, the Hemmitt family, Ashe, the Shaw family, Ashe. Okay, and so now, when I count to 3, 1, 2, 3, just start giving out your ancestor's name. 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe. Okay, to all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. To all gods known and unknown. Ashe, Ashe. Let's we'll dedicate this lecture to Oya and Sekhmet because that's that heat that's we're dealing with today. And also, you know, put it on them, put it on them. Put it on them, you see. We ain't gonna go down this master because we can't stand the heat. No, but you know what, like Francis Cress Welsing say, if you really want to not be alienated, tell us what you say when we ain't around.
I will.
That's what I'm saying. Don't, now, because you can't come up here and tell me that when we are not around, white people sit around and they don't say shit about us. We know fucking white folks. And we know that in society is based on that.
You may think you know white folks, you don't know me.
Now, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying if you saying you don't want to be, if you want to be an aide, you want to be an aide, tell us what you talk about when we ain't around, because we don't get that side. So obviously there's some, you know what I'm saying, if you really into this type of thing. I know, I'm just trying to say here is, my point here is ultimately, you still gonna, when it's said and gone and we gonna be away from this table, you're gonna benefit from a society that's gonna be for your rule.
And in Hemmitt, where we came from apes. See, this is the problem I get. Oh, all of a sudden we stupid. When we wrote our history 2,000-3,000 years ago, we couldn't tell, or we didn't have enough damn sense to know where the hell we came from. You don't find it in the Bible, which is basically a consortium of ancient scripture. You don't find it in the Torah. You don't find it in the book of the dead, the book of coming forth by day. You don't find it in no shit where we came from no apes. Yet all of a sudden, we got the Afrocentric scholars bandwidth to this bull jive. Even Charles Finch did his 2 books on us coming up from apes. And yet, I'm telling you, I'm just as much scholar as any of these niggas out here, and I don't find this shit. But as a result, I bring you the information on how that's all a lie. That they still do when you see them people up in there, like you showed me the video of these crackers now trying to say that the Chinese came from white people. And it'll show you some talking because of the wool and the clothes they had on. Now you know damn well I got clothes right now. 10 years ago, that's dry rotted. Walk down the street, shit tear up on you. Dry rotted. In my lifetime. And yet you gonna tell me that they gonna get some fully clothed crackers out of some snow and the clothes ain't dry rotted?
No, they said that they came out of the dry climate of the desert of China.
I don't care.
And that the
I'm in dry California.
The salt preserved.
See, that tell anybody a lie. I'm in dry South Carolina. I'm in dry Georgia. Hell, Atlanta ain't got no beaches. And clothes dry rot. You done had some clothes to dry rot. Now, how the hell you gonna have some clothes to dry rot and you ain't 100 years old? And yet they got people stuff 1,000 years. We supposed to believe that. But because the cracker right policy on the standard on what you're supposed to believe, you just supposed to believe him and don't even question this fool. And yet he's proven to be a liar. That's his whole civilization is based on a lie. That's what they just said here. The first great secret is that history is conceived for the majority of humans is incorrect. It's a lie. You see what I'm saying? So Darwin puts this thing about the ape thing up there. Number one, it's the best thing to do if you can put it all down that we came from apes. Then that can cover up the history of the doggone black man and how we came about. Because people still ask this question, if black people are the origins of civilization, then where the hell did white people come from?
Correct. That's what I want you to do.
We'll get into it in a few minutes. But the key is, I want to just dwell on this. Dwell on this thing. Now, some people say, well, no, Bobby, we got pictures of different types of ape species. I'm not denying that there's different pictures of ape species. I'm just telling you that they might have 100,000 different lengths of ape. I'm telling you that ain't got nothing to do with our history. They got different lion species. They got different dog species. But that don't have nothing to do with my human species. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, you can have all them bones, but that ain't got nothing to do with my history. You see what I'm coming from? So this is why the white boy can confuse things. Can confuse things. Now getting back to this particular science, majority of the information that I have uncovered based on our ancient science. See, first of all, this is the way I feel. I can't go by the white man's science.
Correct.
Because I know he's a damn liar, and ultimately, you see what I'm saying? I can't depend on him. So that means that if I'm going to do a record on finding the origin of the white man, I'm going to have to go by what we said. Now, like I said, if an ape could talk, why the hell we don't see no apes in the damn zoo now going, hey, I just learned how to talk. If an ape learned how to talk, seemed to me, in the history of just the last 700 years, we'd have seen some apes talk. Oh, that's some kind of ape that learned how to talk, and the rest of the apes didn't learn how to talk yet. Other book about us mutating in some ice age. First of all, in order to say we mutated in the ice, it would have to bear witness that we were some type of stupid ape-like people. That if the ice age came, that we wasn't civilized to go, uh-oh, here come the ice. Well, I guess we'll just have to stay here and turn white. Hell, if that ice come, you know how to just... Hell, a retarded person know when it's snow outside to get out of the damn snow.
But they got trapped.
Well, that's what they say, they got trapped. But my point is if you're an advanced civilization, you will know when the ice come to a point that you don't have to get trapped. See, then my point is that certain things just don't add up. You see, because you got to understand something. See, when we still deal with that, because the Eskimos been up in them ice and they lighted in the damn black man was, and you don't see him turning white, ending up looking like Richie Cunningham. And he been up in the damn ice, and he's lighter than you. And you ain't seen him turning looking like Richie Cunningham. How is a blue black man, black as this here, gonna turn to be white? See what I'm saying? Seems to me an ice age, when it comes, it's gradual. It just don't come one night when you trapped in the ice. Seems to me they know that the climate is changing, and if these people are advanced, that they would know how to travel out. See, to say that these people were not advanced people on the planet is to say that we were some type of semi-barbaristic cave people. That we didn't have enough sense to migrate. If we had damn detailed files, you see what I'm saying? We had enough sense to get out of the ice. Certain shit don't hold up. But see, then again, on the other hand, that's a theory. You see, you gotta realize the whole two-cradle theory and Diop stuff and all that stuff, that's a theory of when they try to explain what you call it, even Charles Finch dealt with. That's a theory. Now, in knowledge, you have a theory until you have anthropological, archaeological evidence. We don't have no anthropological or no archaeological evidence of us turning white based on trapped in no ice. So I got to go by the only anthropological and archaeological evidence we do have. Melanin in the central nervous system. Melanin in the central nervous system. So you have the basic melanocytes where you, in your pigmentation, based on the more you have, the more darker you are, the more you have more melanocytes or more melanin in the surface skin, and that probably has a lot. That has a lot to do with anti-aging and different things like that. But as a race of people, and as people that's left on the planet that's not hybrid, which is artificial. The melanin research that they're talking about is in the central nervous system. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is also too, in this, but what I'm still trying to clearly just to say this particular part here too, an answer to your question is the melanin in the central nervous system is the key aspect, and that could be on that has to be on the same degree production as, although the melanocytes doesn't have it, it doesn't have it. The melanin in the central nervous system, whether you black, is the same degree production in the aspect of it comes from the metaphysical aspect of the soul produces this melanin. The carbon is produced from a particle of light that's inside of the body. This is a metaphysical aspect that most of the, unfortunately, when you're dealing with medical and chemical aspect, those are byproducts of greater mysteries into this particular thing here. Because melanin is what is called an occult science, and occult means hidden science, and it's dealing with the metaphysical aspect. And in that particular case, the melanin that we talk about as far as black people is in the central nervous system, and it has nothing to do with the different hues of the skin. It's to do with the different hues of the skin, and that's the difference. And that's the difference. Now, when we talk about the central nervous system, we talking about, this is one of the keys, because most of you researchers, because we talk about the production of the pineal gland. Also, it's not only is it in the central nervous system, it's also in the gastrointestinal tract, the gastrointestinal tract and all, as well as dark eyes and brown hair, because you got a lot of light-skinned people with dark eyes and brown and dark brown hair also too, which we talk about an inner aspect. Give you an example. We talk about the inner ear nucleus, which is inside of where the pineal gland is, what actually gives you the sight. So sight comes from hearing. So the inner ear nucleus not only gives you hearing, but they said it gives you sight. That's in Richard King's book, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. In his book on page 30-something, it's in there about the inner ear nucleus. So we're talking about an inner melanin that we're talking about here. Inner melanin that we're talking about here. What's that?
Apropos to that, I don't know if she's familiar with Carol Barnes' book, Melanin, the Key to Black Greatness. That's a good resource to, exactly what he's breaking down. It's a good resource to check out. Melanin, the Key to Black Greatness.
Melanin within.
Yeah.
By,
Melanin.
excuse me, by Carol Barnes. Yes.
Yeah. You see, the inner melanin, that's the one that they talk about. The other one is called what, UV melanin? I don't know. Well, there's Carol Barnes talk about UV melanin or whatever, but I know that melanocytes, that's the whole thing based on the pigmentation. Based on the pigmentation. Which also when we get information, see, there's several ways to get information. One way to get information is based on what is left behind archaeologically, anthropologically, and basically texts. But then again, there's another way also to get information, and that's also from, you can clear up information from the psychic realms, from the actual psychic realm. So there's several ways to get it. Because how did the original information get down here? It got down here based on someone channeling it from a higher source of energy, or a higher source of knowledge, or a higher entity form. So I asked this particular question because what I do, what my thing is in the occult realm or in the spirit realm is I'm always trying to revise history in the particular aspect. Not revise history, but trying to always clear up certain aspects of history that we don't have certain answers to. Now, I gotta take the immigrant humans and the human artificials. I did one in '93 and I did the other one in 2001, which is a follow-up, which I about the white man being created based on laboratory things, and the white man being created. And I had so much information from the '93 one. After the '93 one, I had a great deal of information. After the '93, I had so much I had to do a second tape. So that's been, and literally like the Egyptians' own mouth, I found a text in 98 said that our biggest problem is we learn how to create another race of people. So, given that, there was still this thing that even in Richard King's book, African Origins of Biological Psychiatry, which is the prototype of the Melanin book, where he talk about there's still, what, 4% white people who have melanin. So we asked that question, well, is that based on race mixing through the bloodlines, or is that based on through the bloodlines or some other type of aspect? Well, we had two theories that was going on in the Afrocentric world and the conscious world. We had the original one where we contemplated that, which actually came from Elijah Muhammad and the whole Yaqub story type thing. Then you had the Diop and you had the scholars talk about climate adaptability and how the migration and climate adaptability. But yet when I was able to find a whole lot of the text, a lot of the texts I found are the same books that some of these people had was talking about some gene splicing. Well, hell, they clone in now. And they are not the master knowers. We were. So if they're doing the gene splicing now, what the hell you think we was doing damn 2,000-3,000 years ago, and we were the masters. So I found all this particular information, but the question here is, when I went to clear up a couple of things recently, right before Christmas in the spirit realm, I asked the question. I said, there's no doubt I found this information that said that there's genetic engineering and this thing. You don't have to take the Yaqub story as literal. That's a mythological tale that just gives you some picture on something that went on as far as some experiments. So I also asked the question, well, in that case, well, what about this particular aspect of climate adaptability? And the spirit realm said both happened. They said, one, you did have a laboratory experiment that went on. They said, but the Earth history is so old until also they had a part of a history where they had climate adaptability, where you had a group of people that had some type of climate adaptability over the course of thousands and thousands of years. And they said, well, this would also constitute for, number one, some white people that do shit black. Like, how the hell that motherfucker do this shit here? You know what I'm saying? Like that damn boy, that boy that was on the boy that was on what's the shit that they just won? American Idol, that white boy from fucking whatchamacallit. If you notice, that white boy could sing soul, and he could sing all the show tune shit. And when you really look at it and stuff, the white boy was actually better than Reuben. If you really listen to Reuben is flat. Reuben can't hold a candle to the ones. See, this is the problem what happened with this with the whole Reuben thing. We can naturally want him to win, but if you notice, Reuben was good with the Luther and all that kind of shit here. But when he tried to sing other stuff, he's kind of flat. You see what I'm saying? He was kind of flat. One reason why is just based on training. We have so many great people that go before us until we can go before us until what happens sometime is we can bite off another person's style. What they don't realize about people like Luther. Luther worked in the damn industry for about damn near 6 or 7 or 8 years before he became popular. Luther was on a lot of the albums from the mid-70s. He didn't become popular till after he did Change, and then he did Never Too Much. But Luther could sing a variety of things. If you really listen to that white boy, that white boy could sing all kind of shit. That motherfucker was fluid in his shit. I said, wait a minute, I'm gonna listen to this shit here, and I'm saying, I want to be feminine. Oh wait, this goddamn white boy was actually better. Now what was going on here is not to say that Ruben wasn't talented, but see what's happening with us is we are losing a lot of our originality because we got so many people that we copy after now. You see, like Duke Ellington said, he said when you hear black music, you can't even damn categorize it with when it comes to critics. He said because you're hearing it for the first time. It wasn't done before. So Luther was doing some shit that wasn't done before him, just like a Barry White was doing some stuff that wasn't done before him. Just Al Green come up with a goddamn sound that wasn't done before him. You see what I'm saying? When we was doing some stuff, when James Brown, they was doing this shit for the first time. Now you got a lot of the youngsters now, because in most of the mainstream, it's mostly hip hop. So you don't have the innovation that's going on where somebody's creating new. So most of the stuff, if you notice, he was good with the Luther stuff, and he was good with some of the soul stuff, but he wasn't as good. Well, because if you look at some of the other entertainers, them motherfuckers, they were so talented. Them motherfuckers could sing damn near anything. You see what I'm saying? So he was good, but I was looking at the damn white boy, I'm like, damn, the white boy can sing soul shit. The motherfucker, you know, he was singing soul stuff. He could sing them show tunes, and he could sing a whole lot. I said, that was motherfucker, he got some damn versatility like a damn Negro used to do. It's like Sammy Davis Jr. This motherfucker can do anything. Basically, this nigga, you know, Sammy Davis Jr. was always into an identity crisis, but he could do anything. They see this cat, any kind of, as far as performance, when it comes to acting, singing, dancing, he can do anything. Now you got a Negro like that now, Wayne Brady. This cat can do anything. They had him on a CBS special. Or ABC had him on, you know, they don't never want nothing to work. And he had Most Def to come on. And so they both got out there and they said, yo, we want anybody to pick any subject known to man and we gonna rap on it. So the white people say, okay, cool, we gonna come up with some crazy shit. We gonna come up with some crazy shit. And him and Most Def went out there and they picked some crazy shit, like some pancake shit. And them motherfuckers was rapping and the shit was so fluid. You see what I'm saying? But this cat, he can do all kinds of, this guy, he's multi-talented. So what it is what I'm trying to say here is, because we got so many people that came before us, we're not developing our own style and stuff like the other ones. When a lot of those people did stuff in our past, because we got so much great entertainment, they were doing that shit for the first time. You see, what's that?
Yeah, because I guess even the young kids, they don't even play old music like my age group, right? So we had so many talents, but they don't want to hear it. The white kids go and study the old music and pay more attention to it. Right. And our young kids do. So when you hear them sing, it's so sharpening to us to hear them, right? But our kids don't go back and listen to the old music. And some of them happen to be at programming where they don't even like it.
Well, that's what I was watching Drumline today, that movie Drumline, and the guy was saying he's talking about Earth, Wind and Fire and other people. I don't know, he didn't want to hear that shit. He named about 3-4 rappers. He said, well, all of them sampled him. They were like, oh shit. You see, but it's interesting here. It's interesting here because I remember back in '98 and '99, I met a group of white children going to Georgia State, and they was into Miles Davis, Coltrane, but they wasn't even into the classical stuff. They was into the '70s jazz, like Herbie Hancock, and you know, and a couple of people with 70s jazz, huh? Weather Report, and they was into a lot of stuff, but they was into all this stuff here. And what it was is, and the thing about it wasn't like them grad students or something. These was freshmen. So whatever it was, and this was like the first semester, I'm like, well, damn, these motherfuckers learning this shit in high school. So what it is these white people, they got a whole group of people, they training them with our shit in high school. You see what I'm saying? So in 1996, the #1 jazz player in the country to graduate high school was a white boy. The #1 blues singer in 1998 was a damn white boy. You see what I'm saying? So they're picking up all of that particular stuff and also all that time, and it's very versatile. It's very versatile. So when I was looking at the stuff, I said, I'm trying to look at this thing. I said, I understand Rubens, but goddamn Ruben, you ain't unique. It's okay, you can sing, but it's not as if that you just came with a new vulgar music. I'm looking at stuff and I'm like, you singing to get through this damn thing and stuff, but you're not singing now. You're not singing a new vulgar music. Now the girl that they voted off, she looked like she had a little more potential. The one from Tennessee that they what you call it and all. But I was looking at the white boy, I'm like, this goddamn white boy, this white boy here, this motherfucker singing all kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? And here it goes again. It don't have nothing to do with the ability. It has something to do with the actual talent. Huh? Yeah, and in this particular case, they got our people on lockdown just like it's the same thing of this. We all thinking in one monolithic tune. You understand what I'm saying? So somehow they done trained them all that somewhere in the song they're gonna do that little flurry thing that Luther used to do. You know, everybody do the same shit. Even got the white children doing the shit. And I'm like, you taking gimmicks, but you retarding the talent. There's supposed to be some new shit created in the game. And that's the thing about all the ones that came before them. Michael Jackson was unique. You see what I'm saying? And you see what I'm saying? Prince was unique. They was out the same damn time. They was totally different. You see what I'm saying? They was totally different. Isaac Hayes had his own shit. And then Barry came out that had a voice like Isaac Hayes. Everybody thought it was Isaac Hayes at first, but then again, on the other hand, he had a whole other new music range that he was doing. You see what I'm saying? So it's that kind of thing also that's going down. But going back to this little thing I was trying to talk about as far as the creation. There is some type of climate adaptability, but those are some type of darker haired people on the earth that they got this mutant mixed up in with. Take for instance in Asia. Most of the other Asians say that the Japanese are the white people of Asia. You see, or the white people of Asia. You see what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of, but it's interesting. Well, you said, well, how do you say it? Well, look at who the white man favors, the one he makes so rich. He would favor the white Arab over other ones and stuff like that and all. But then again, on the other hand, he would favor the white Arab, but it was Afghanistan and all that he blew into smithereens also. But check this out. Afghanistan, they are not even Arabs. They are some type of East Indian type people. Yeah, right. You see, so it's some stuff. You can tell the ones that he make the richest is the ones that's the mutant. They have isolated the hybrid of the certain land. And the ones that's the most hybrid is the one that they make their friends of the race. So they got certain sectors of race. They'll make the one that's the most hybrid and the most violent, or whatever the type thing he and all. Because we know that China got a whole nigger element. You see what I'm saying? And they always been sequestering them people, especially the black part. And then again, on the other hand, but they went to war with Vietnam, who has a whole black element. You see what I'm saying? With a whole black element. So you talking about white supremacy on the planet, that still, they even can go in and they done the science so they can look and they can get the hybrid or the imitation one out of the indigenous people and different things like that. And it's a whole lot of stuff that's actually going down. This is actually going down. Well, give me some questions so we can. I want to say one thing. A couple things, because I started with Cuba when I first started out. So now going back, Cuba was supposedly taken over by Castro, but people don't understand Castro was a United States man that was supposed to oust Batista. Now one thing that Cuba had at the particular time, Havana had, it was different than Vegas. Vegas was still up and coming. Vegas came out of the shadows from the 1930s, 1940s, and it started becoming a main attraction in the late 40s and the 50s, and so they got their bearings, and by the 60s, they wanted to be the entertainment capital of the world in the particular aspect of gambling, casinos, and shows and all that. Havana, on the other hand, number one, had one thing different. Havana, number one, not only was it tropical, but Havana, Cuba, had the real magic. Vegas had the magic as well as the light shows and all this kind of thing here, magicians and the illusion of entertainment. But Havana had a rich culture of the Apollo, the Obia, the Santeria, and they had all these spiritual things. Plus they had the vice, they had the gambling, they had all that. So they had to shut down that because it was a spiritual. So when you add those types of elements in with spiritual shit, you really got a festival. That's what your whole festival is, that you see people going to carnival and the whole thing that you see going on in New Orleans and stuff. Well, Havana was all of that. So what they had to do, they had to shut this thing down, but they also had to shut it down because of Apollo. Apollo was the most powerful form, more powerful than Yoruba and Voodoo and all of that, and they had to shut the Apollo thing down. Now all of a sudden now they opening up Cuba. They opening up Cuba and all, and come to find out they're saying that Castro was behind the whole shit with the government. Castro was friends of the government the whole time. See, come to find out now, they're saying that the government sends Castro, and been doing this shit since 1963 or 1961. They send Castro, they send him something like a couple of $100 million, hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Castro been receiving from the American government. And Dick Gregory broke that shit, the Freedom of Information Act. You see what I'm saying? Anybody that they give us, like they come to find out that your boy, Thurgood Marshall, was a fucking spy for the fucking CIA. You see what I'm saying? That's why they got him down with the whole shit where he came in, it's all in the Freedom of Information Act. Well, come to find out that Castro was being paid off to make that an isolated area of communism. It's all a part of the elaborate scheme of the government. And one of the things was that he had to lock down the Apollo and also the other traditional African traditions. Now, since this stuff is let up, the Apollo stuff now, they starting to open up Cuba. Then in January, in August, they started translating these books, and in December they came out with this particular one now called The Book on Palo by Baba Raoul Canizares. And Palo is like one of the most powerful strains of the spiritual aspect. And this is some of the last few stuff that actually works. It's Palo, and this is by Baba B-A-B-A Raoul R-A-U-L Canizares C-A-N I-Z-A-R-E-S. C-A-N-I-Z-A-R-E-S. And this is coming from original publications. You can either call www.originalpub.com, or you can call 1-888 occult. OCCULT. OCCULT -1. 188 OCCULT-1. And this is one of the new books that's also coming out.
You can also download that off internet under the name of Apollyon.
What's it?
Apollyon.
Apollyon? Apollyon.
That's also, it's another way of saying apocalypse. Apocalypse now, it's Apollyon.
Did you see anything with the Apollo though? With this?
Yeah. You can download it on Apollyon. Under the name of Apollyon.
Now, this is the other thing here we be referring to some of these also. This is the book called The Dictionary of All Ancient Deities. The Dictionary of All Ancient Deities by Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter, Coulter. Patricia Turner and Charles Russell Coulter, The Dictionary of All Ancient Deities. Now this one here is probably one of the best books the white boy done put out. Not only that, they even got Diop up in this book, and they don't use no Diop for shit. They got Diop up in this particular book as one of the sources of where they're getting a lot of their African deities. But this book has every deity known to man except Palo, because Palo was just locked in. It would even have Palo up in there, because they got voodoo in Yoruba. It would have Palo up in it's called the Dictionary of All Ancient Deities. But it would even have Palo up in there if this stuff wasn't locked down up until December. Because this book came out in 2000, and this book here just was translated in August. The book on Palo. So this particular one here is the one to get, because this particular book here has every deity you want to name, which is very key. You got to turn that on? Okay, see. Change tape. Okay, yeah.
What's how you spell it? Charles Russell
Coulter, Coulter, and Patricia Turner. This is in the mythology section.
Type in Apollo 13. That'll come up. It comes under the name of Apollyon or Apocalypse. I studied that. They're dealing with Apollo.
Now there is Apollo, the Greek god Apollo.
Yeah, but it's what it falls up under Apollo.
But this is Palo, P-A-L-O. This is down in Puerto Rico, which is with the darkest strain, and also down in Brazil. This stuff here has only been allowed in the West since December.
Well, I've been knowing about that.
There's people that, I'm trying to say there's people that they are Apollo practitioners, just like there are fucking people from Cuba and people from the Caribbean that's in the country. But as far as information that was available for it, you couldn't go to the store and buy books on Palo up until now. They had the one Palo Manombe, which came out in '94. But this one here just came out. This is one of the three, and this just came out. Now this particular book here, the reason why I'm recommending these books is because for some reason, black people, we are still too stuck in sectarian forms of things, which means this here. We'll get interested in Egypt, and we'll study some stuff on Kemet. And something about our minds is so fucked up, we will never look over into. Somehow we can't get the comparative thing. So that's why I take a motherfucker like me to come and teach, because the simple fact is I've been dealing with the comparative thing. I don't just stop in one thing. So you'll get a group of people, they'll study Europa, but they can't go into the other ones and stuff. So something about our mind, we fucked up. It's like the Christianity shit. So we'll go into Moors, we'll go into this, we separated. We can't damn put shit together, because something about our mind, we're very sick people.
That's why we compartmentalize everything.
We compartmentalize everything, and also we can't. But so the reason why I say get this particular book, because after each deity, they'll say, they'll say, compare with such and such, and it'll be some deity in another system. And that's the thing about it, why we can't understand. All these systems, I've been talking about this for years, are fragmented. And by their being fragmented, you can't go to one system and get the complete nourishment or the complete gospel truth. You have to understand, we got to put all this stuff together, because, and I've been talking about this because of the ancient world, there is no complete system that is left. So that's why I recommend this kind of book, Because after you read whatever deity, it'll say compare with such and such from Egypt, such and such from Samaria, such and such from Mexico. And so, in order to get a greater synopsis on things, you need to understand the different systems. But it take a whole lot of, now unless you got a library and you will research like that, it take a whole lot of fucking money to go and buy different ones, and then they come up short because they got a very limited part. These mugs did their homework. So therefore, in this one book, this book here, I'm recommending this book, because this one book for $22.50, and it's over 700 pages. It's over 500 pages, plus bibliography and index. This one book, you can get all of the deities. You know, you can get all of the deities from West Africa. It says the most comprehensive reference ever compiled on ancient deities in the tradition. They got everything in every tradition. So they got everything from Native American, African cultures, and stuff. Plus, anytime these moms put Diop up in here, you don't see him in nothing. Anytime they put Sheikh Anta Diop in here, this is the one to get. You can find this in the mythology sections of either Barnes and Nobles or Borders. But this is the one to get on and can help you along with a lot of stuff.
You know, it's funny you were talking about the between Congo and Cuba, right?
Yeah.
You ever listen to Congo music? It sounds identical to Cuban music. I mean, it sounds identical.
See, yeah, the Congo, see, it's interesting here because the Congo, which is very key about the Palo thing, is because this here. White boy did a book, Flash of the Spirit, and was in Charleston. And he said that most of the slaves, or most of the ones in this particular area, South Carolina and North Carolina, and stuff, come from fucking Congo, especially South Carolina. They come from the Congo, Africa. Which is interesting because you gotta understand, the government studies so much stuff, and they study so much as far as migration. It is key that one of the greatest secrets is they had, especially South Carolina, they had to keep South Carolina on lockdown. They had to keep South Carolina on lockdown because it is like one of the hidden mysteries of slavery. In South Carolina, it's rich in some of the most culture. We know that for the simple fact, in American system, the only one that has the culture left behind and still got the same linguistic terminology is the Gullah and the Geechee. You know, the whole Geechee Gullah thing. So the key here is this Congo thing here, which is some of the most potent form. That Congo is the middle of Africa, the equatorial part of Africa. So this is very key on this stuff, and also related with these particular areas, the Carolinas. Now, one guy had already done a study. The brother was from down Buffalo, New York. Had done a study on Carolina, and the words, you trace them all the way back to India. You get Ka, which is all Indian and Indian, East India, and Egyptian combined, because we still talking about Kushite. Ka, Ra, La, Na. All of those things. You get the NA, you get Anana, you get the NA, you get that in Samaria, which is all Kushite. The NA, you get Ka, you got Ra, you got Ka, you got La, you got all those types of things and stuff. You see what I'm saying? You get all those particular things, you know, in the Carolinas. So and why is it they got two South Carolina and North Carolina? The next thing you got, we know that the Dakotas come from the Dakota Indians. And then all of a sudden you get South Dakota, North Dakota. You see what I'm saying? So it's very key that particular aspect, why they keep a lot of people on lockdown in these areas. In these particular areas and stuff like that. Especially in the two Carolinas. In the two Carolinas, because not only that, they can track it. Some of your greatest talent come out of this particular area also too. Dizzy Gillespie. You see all that stuff. Dizzy Gillespie. Monk up, yeah. You see all that, see? You know, even come to find out that your boy don't even admit it, he's from well, yeah, I know that. And Wesley Snipes was from South Carolina.
And Nina Simone from North Carolina too?
Huh?
And Nina Simone from North Carolina?
Yeah. You see, so you gotta, you know, and then, you know, you got your Jesse and, you know, and, you know, and stuff, you know, but I'm just saying, you get a, you know, James Brown was born in Barnwell, South Carolina. You see what I'm saying? Eartha Kitt. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people, what's that?
Oh, James Brown got his picture gracing the pages of Jet magazine with some old white woman he married to now.
Yeah, well, you know, he's 70 shit, you know.
Well, I mean, come on, you know, Godfather, so if anybody will have a sister, he's supposed to have a damn sister.
Yeah, but I mean, you know how it goes, shit, he's 70, hell.
Cool.
But, I mean, you know, like I said, he's been an old black Chinese woman for years. Yeah. That's very key. Now I want to say this particular part here too, because this also has a lot to do with the Iraq thing, and I talked about this, but I want to put this down because I've been studying this passage for the last couple of months, since the 1st of March, right before they was going into Iraq. I've been studying this particular passage. And two things happened when I studied this particular passage. Now, this particular passage is coming from, this is the book called The Goetic Evocation by Steve Salvador. It's also by Steve Salvador. And it's also in a new book called, it came out right during 9/11, a big, thick book, a $35 book or something called The Lesser Key of Solomon. That's a big green book. Lesser Key of Solomon. Or you can get this book here, The Goetic, Goetic Evocation by Steve Salvador, Savedow. Now, I've been studying this passage before the war even started, because I knew they was going up in Iraq to deal with something based on some portholes and deal with something based on the vortex and some spirits. Now, this is one of the keys. And as I kept studying this, at first, it looked like some stuff that had happened in the past. But then again, I also know something about mythology. Mythology is so advanced until they'll give you some stuff, and you'll think you read it in the past, and then within the lines, within 2 or 3 sentences, it can jump from the past into the future. It can jump from a couple of thousand years into the future within 2 or 3 lines of a sentence. And you see what I'm saying? And all. You see, they can do that and all. And so I'm reading this and it was talking about Solomon going up into Babylon. Now, Solomon, in this case, is not a historical figure as what we think. It's a priesthood. A lot of these things that we think was historicalized was priesthood. And this particular thing, it was so old till that particular time when Babylon, at particular time was around. Solomon wasn't even around. In the line of the Hebrew thing, you see what I'm saying? Solomon wasn't even around, because we're talking about very ancient history. So Solomon has to be some type of priesthood. So in this particular case, we're talking about something that's coming out of the Typhonian Egyptians. Now this priesthood is saying this. Apparently, so we're going to look at Solomon as a priesthood. This is on page 81 of Steve Salvador's Goetic Evocation, which is one you can get from Shaitan Books out of you can order it ESCHATON books.com. www.eschantonbooks.com, because when you try to get this out of the store, white people won't sell it to you. Now, if you go in the store and get it in your hand, they'll sell it to you because they can't deny you getting books, because all the books, it don't supposed to be suppressed material. But if you ask them to order this book, they will never order it. They never order this book. But you can go and order it from the internet, or you can order it from the actual book company, because they don't know what color you are. But when they see you black and you say, I want to order Steve Salvador's book, Deity Evocation, they won't order this book for you. But if you go in the store and one of these occult stores is on the shelf, you see, they'll give it to you. And one white man begged me not to buy this, and I was like, God damn. And you know, he had me for a while. He put up with convincing stuff that this shit here wasn't nothing. It was old, it was outmoded, and this shit wasn't no good. Don't buy it. And I walked out the damn store and I got a street experience. You a goddamn fool. You gonna let a white man tell you not to buy something? I came, I said, man, give me that goddamn fool. He looked at me and grinned. But he knew he had to sell it. You see what I'm saying? Because also then, he figured he made a convincing case. If he sell the book, he figured, well, he ain't gonna be able to do nothing with it no way. But if he refused, he would know and say, hey, there must be something hidden in this particular book. So this particular one here, but this is the key here on page 84. So this priesthood of Solomon, now this is it encapsulates the whole war. You see what I'm saying? So the priesthood of Solomon, they go up into Iraq. Now here's what it says. There are 72 mighty kings and priests, which King Solomon commanded into vessels of brass, together with their legion. Well, number one, these are supposed to be demons of the Goetic demons. This is chapter 5, the Goetic demons on page 81. But here it's talking about 72 kings and queens. So you got to read between the lines of what we call demons and jinns and all that shit. Because here they say there's 72 mighty kings and princes in which Solomon commanded into vessels of brass together with their legions, of whom Belial, Belieth, Asmodeh, and Gap were chief. It is to be noted that Solomon did this because of their pride, and for no other, for he never declared no other reason why he thus bound them. Talking about binding these demons, but they call them kings and queens. And when he had bound them up and sealed them in a vessel, he, by the divine power, did chase them into a deep lake or hole in Babylon. Now we know Babylon is later on ancient Persia. There's Babylon, Babylonia, then it's Persia, and then it didn't become Iraq until like 1925. So it says right here that some priest put something in a hole in Babylon. And they of Babylon, wondering to see. Now, at first, I thought, when I read this particular passage, when I first read it, I thought that it was still in the past. Solomon bound something up into a vessel. So when I'm reading it, and I'm reading the whole thing, and this story is going on, I'm reading it as it's a story, I'm thinking this is something else. Now, he's something in the past. So here it is, you got some priest who bound something up and put it in a hole, a vortex, a stargate, or whatever in Babylon, which we know now is Iraq. Okay? So we do know that they did that. Get the movie Serpent in the Sky, where they take these souls and put them in little jars in Haiti. You see what I'm saying? Remember now, in the movie Serpent in the Sky, the guy said, I'm not crazy, but the guy who was mixing up this potion or mixing up this stuff in Haiti could give any Harvard medical student a run for their fucking money. You goddamn right. These are masters. Now, so now it's going to change. So they bound them up, and then it says, then they of Babylon, Iraq. See, you take the Iraq and put up in here, and then you start getting 5,000 years of history into the Deity. So now, then they of Babylon, wondering to see such a thing, did they go wholly into the lake? Well, that looked like the government or somebody going into the lake to get something that's over there. So this is history being unfolded. To break the vessel open, expecting to find a great storehouse of treasure therein. Well, here it is. We know they looted the museums and all that shit. But when they broke open the vessels, the chiefs immediately in their legions following them, and their legions following them. But when they broke the vessels open, out flew chiefs and spirits immediately with their legions following them. And they were all restored to their former places except Belial, who entered into a certain image and advanced grave and thence gave answers unto those who did offer sacrifices to him and did worship their image as God. So all of them were restored to their former places before they were bound, except Belial, who was the chief, who was exalted to a high form of God. Now this is interesting here, because this is a form of history that's going on, as well as when they first went to Babylon or Iraq, they met up with the sandstorms, which are called Kamsin, which is called both spirits and storms. So when they broke open the vessel, when they first got up in there, dropping bombs, shooting, or whatever, the first thing they met was a doggone sandstorm. Huh? Like on the Mummy. See, a couple of movies that encapsulates this, that you can understand is The Mummy. They had the sandstorm. They also had the sandstorms in Mummy 2 with the whole desert, the Scorpion King, but they had those Anubis warriors. They had the Mummy, as well as get the movie Tomb Raider. And they were searching for some ancient artifacts, and it had something to do with time. It has something. I'm rolling that homeboy. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do my shit. I'm rolling. Let me do my shit now. No, I'm in the zone now. I can't have no interruptions.
Okay, well.
All right. So Tomb Raider, they're doing the same thing. You see what I'm saying? They're doing the same thing in the movie where they gotta have some type of artifact with time, or they're dealing with some type of artifact with time. You see what I'm saying? And they had that whole thing. But the Mummy is a great movie to understand this type thing. Now, dealing with this, they broke open something. They broke open a vessel. And when they broke open the vessel, these things flew out, of these particular entities. Now, remember I was going back and I was saying that your boy, Richard Hoagland, said that when they was over there, they had pictures of them holding up a flag upside down, which was a distress signal. Well, obviously, something is going on over there and they can't get up out of it. Now, then they go announce last week that they need additional soldiers to come back. But they said they're going to keep what they got over there, and they say, but they got 100,000 soldiers in the region. But my point is, if you got 100,000 soldiers in the region, and you saying you need more soldiers, why do you need more soldiers to come to help 100,000 soldiers that's already over there for 2 or 3 people that's getting killed each day? You see, they say that each day now they're getting soldiers that's getting killed. White soldiers or American soldiers over there getting killed each day, because at this particular point, it don't make a fucking difference whether it's white or black. Any motherfucker over there fighting like a damn fool has got to be stupid. So it don't really matter. But they're saying they need additional soldiers, and they said we're gonna keep, and they said we are prepared to stay here as long as we want to, until the job is over. Now, Because that other shit they started doing at first was fake. A lot of shit was going on was fake. Because now they got the little white girl over here. The little white girl that, you know, that they rescued. You know the little white girl they rescued? Now come to find out, she don't remember none of the damn shit. All the shit that they said she did and she rescued and they had her in all this stuff and they had her on as some damn prison or something. She said she can't remember none of it. They done did tests on it and come to find out, she ain't got no amnesia. So obviously somebody has lied and trumped up the whole shit on her. You see what I'm saying? And they say she didn't need none of the doggone thing. You see what I'm saying? They say that she didn't remember. She's saying she don't remember none of this thing. So obviously they lied and trumped up this whole shit on her. Now they had a little ritual going before the white girl was found. The first ones they first announced, because see they opened that area. So they trying to enact something, even some biblical shit. So the first people they announced was before they later on found other ones that was prisoners. But the first three they announced together was a white soldier, the black girl, a black soldier, and some type of Filipino, which was an Asian soldier, which they always try to deviate this thing, the three wise men in the Bible, and always they show them in the three wise men in the Bible, it be some white soldier, a black soldier, and an Asian soldier, and you know, and they show that in the Bible. Well, when they first did it, now they had a later, so they ended up coming forward, and they had a little white girl they had to rescue. But the first day they had the little black girl, the white boy, and the Asian boy. I said, what did you know? And I said, this is interesting. What are the odds to get a motherfucker from the Philippines is over there fighting, and he gets captured over there and all. You see what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, it changed from America fighting over there to this coalition shit. And they were two people fighting, mainly America and Britain. And they say Australia, which is nothing but Britain. You see what I'm saying? But they got the whole coalition thing. So the key here is going back. They over there, but there's some stuff that's going on over there, and it's much more severe. And they got people on alert. They got people on alert. They got the orange alert that never went off. The orange alert went up about a couple of weeks ago. About 2 weeks ago, they put everybody on the orange alert. But when you go to the airport, it's still under orange alert. Well, see, the thing about it is, the key is, anytime you got a military state, the first place you sequester and lock down is the airport. So although the people are flying and shit, the airports are on lockdown already. You see, as a military state. So they don't have to come inland but see, they're telling you it's homeland security, not airport. But yet they got the airport on lockdown because each city, each major city, the airport is the way in and out. So they got that shit on lockdown. But all quiet is kept. The whole country is on lockdown. They just got it at the airport at this particular time because they already know. That's when you have a military state, that's the first place that you go and you run on, is you lock down the airport. You see, but it's on orange alert right now. But on the other hand, they over there and they're fighting in that area, and they still got 100. They still announced Tuesday they got 100,000 troops over there, and talking about they need additional troops, and they talking about it's getting ugly. Meanwhile, now they got the campaign already set for Iran and Syria. You know what I'm saying? And Syria. But yet we know the only people we know that is real terrorists is fucking the Israelis. They've been terrorizing for years, and anybody saying shit about them. You know what I'm saying? Killing people wholesale. You see what I'm saying? But Saddam Hussein, who works for the American government, is the evil one. But what about the Israelis and how they got people on lockdown? You see, this whole shit that's going on, and this whole thing is going on. So it's a lot of stuff that's going on now. Also, I'm going to get into some of this also tomorrow and all. Here is the, for the people, because this is as close as it's going to get on this side of the country, is the I think, let me see if I got this piece of thing. Because I'm telling people to go make it to Chicago. Unfortunately, it was in Memphis for damn near about 3 months, and we didn't know nothing about it at first, because when it first hit the country. And that's the British Museum. The British Museum. Well, they got one that's going to be in Baltimore soon. That's closer. It's going to be in the Baltimore. That's not going to be until September 21st. But on right now in Chicago at the Field Museum in Chicago, Illinois, they got the whole Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and they got the whole the British Museum pieces there. And it's like all the stuff that you see in the books on Hemmitt. A lot of that stuff, a lot of the stuff you do see, a lot of it's come from the British Museum. But I went to go see it in Kansas last May, and it was that much of stuff. It was like rooms full of shit, or these pieces, the Egyptian artifacts, So this is called Eternal Egypt, masterworks of ancient art from the British Museum. But basically, the Book of the Dead and the judgment scene from the Book of the Dead is in Chicago right now. It's been traveling around the country, all with this whole war thing, even before 9/11. It first came in March to Toledo, Ohio, in March of 2001. Of 2001, and it's interesting here because it was in Memphis, Tennessee, which is Memphis, Egypt, during the time of 9/11. You see what I'm saying? During the time of 9/11. Then it was in the Brooklyn Museum, and most people from New York didn't even know about it. It was in the Brooklyn Museum from November the 23rd to February 14th. You see what I'm saying? So it's already gone to San Francisco, Kansas City. I got it in Kansas City, but now it is in Chicago. And it's the Book of the Dead and all that, the judgment scene. But then again, on the other hand, there's curse. I talked about that the last time I was here. There's curse on all that stuff there for those particular people. And they had to get that judgment scene out of Britain. It's going to be in Baltimore on September the 21st to January the 4th, which is the last exhibit. So if you can make it to Chicago and see this thing here, because the key here is we talk about the oldest book in the world, where we got this particular book of come up by there, and they actually have the actual judgment scene of Osiris and Maya and that whole 9 yards. Right there, the actual one, the oldest one they got, the actual judgment scene, they have it there in Chicago. And these crackers done had this shit since 2001, before 9/11. And before 9/11. You see what I'm saying? So it's a whole ritual going on with that. It's a whole ritual going on with that. And which is interesting here, because it's the last, well, it's going to be there till January the 4th. But then again, it's in Chicago now, but it will also hit there on September the 21st. But remember now, all this stuff is still going on the same time that they got this second matrix, this third matrix, and it's going to come out on the 5th. Now, somebody said they got a whole movie called Underworld coming out in September. You see what I'm saying? Then, you got the Terminator 2 might come out with this whole thing that's going on. That's also going down. Now, that's going down. Couple of things here. A couple of things here is dealing with the and we'll get some more into this particular aspect. But one of the keys here also now is and I've been talking about this for the last 7 years, is also the water. The key here is we're still talking about the dehydration, and we're still talking about the water is one of the keys to keep people on lockdown, is to deal with the doggone water. Now, what they did in Atlanta was, is they came in and they fired one water company. They got another water company to come in. And they did this because when they started digging up people's streets and putting in all kind of crazy stuff. People will say, oh, well, that's just a new water company. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they're trying to shut down the kidneys. Because remember now, the word kidneys also comes from the word echidna, which also, they might have echidna in this particular book. And echidna is also a form of the Great Mother. Is also a form of the Great Mother. Echidna. Echidna. So, and when we get this word kidneys, so which is one of the keys here, whereas we're talking about something that is in the kidneys that's been dormant in us for thousands of years, that given enough water can come back online, some type of hormone or some type of microscopic organism. It's like the alien. What's that?
So are you saying the water that comes through your spigot, is that good for you?
No. That's you shouldn't be drinking that at all. But for most dead people out there, they're gonna see. The thing about it is, the only people that still drink sink water is black people, mainly underclass black people in that, and for the lack of a better word, or people who are just so-called dead black people that just don't know enough to know that you should drink that. You see what I'm saying at all? But because we do know that it's catching on, because in the mid-90s, we could go to the store and you could always find the still water and spring water. It was in an abundance. Now the first thing to leave out is the distilled water, and a lot of the good water get passed up. That means black people are catching on for some reason and stuff like this. But still, yet they're doing some stuff with the actual water, with the actual water. But one of the keys here is to still keep people dehydrated. So here again, the sodas getting cheaper. You see what I'm saying? The sodas getting cheaper. They have sodas on one side of the aisle, and the other side of the aisle they have potato chips. You see, they go because all that shit dehydrates you.
So you're saying the bottled water.
Well, my point here is this here. See,
drink water though.
See, my thing is this here. My thing here is the body has a certain amount of things in it. See, this is what happened about conscious people. What we don't realize is, once you become conscious and go to a certain vibratory rate, your body automatically starts producing a certain amount of energy that purifies your body just on you becoming to a higher level of consciousness. Because if your heart chakra wasn't pulsating at a certain level of consciousness, you wouldn't be conscious. You would be dead out here running around. I don't want to hear this stuff. Because other people's consciousness is down in their sacral vertebrae. And that's the reason why you can talk to them all day long and they're not going to hear it, because their consciousness is down in their root, in their anus. It's right in the, it's the eighth chakra in the anus, and it's down there asleep. So it's not going to get anything but what the society tells it to get, and they have to be trained on the information to accept it. And that's the information that's coming from the subconscious, conscious mind. But your stuff is coming from the heart chakra. So therefore, because you're conscious, you're automatically producing a certain amount of energy to purify. So regular pure distilled water or some types of spring water and stuff that you can buy is enough for your body to purify it. But what they're doing is that they're trying to shut down those particular people by still putting shit in the same water. You see what I'm saying? In the same water. But the key here is, we're not just talking about water for good health. We're talking about a dormant organism that's in your body, that has been in your body since you've been down here, that used to flourish as a God form thousands of years ago, but is dormant. And they know now that the cycle, being what this cycle is, Only thing needs to wake that up is to get this element added back to it. It was in the movie The Faculty. Remember the Faculty had this little pod, and they put it in the water and it sprouted those things in that movie. That's the same thing. So now all of the 90s and most of the early 2000s, you drink the water, just giving you a regular effect. It's for health wise, the dehydration. But what we're talking about now, they know that there's something that's dormant in us that can trigger any day now. So therefore, it's key for dehydration. For dehydration, that's the key. Dehydration and sleep deprivation is the #1 killer for people in the country. You see what I'm saying? And also, they know that the dehydration is the #1 killer, and also they know that they can keep that particular aspect. There's some amphibious, aquatic type of thing that's inside of you that can come online and stuff like that. And also, that's why they're still trying to shut that down. You see what I'm saying? They're still trying to shut that whole thing down. You see, so that's very key. We're gonna go deeper into some of that stuff also tomorrow, because there's a couple of other things also. But that's one of the things also that has a lot to do with some stuff. Give me some questions.
You were talking about the ancestral link. Recently, I've just been getting a lot of information to, great-great-grandfathers, stuff like that. I was talking to somebody yesterday about that. How does that link in to us as, ones who are conscious? What, should we more honor that?
Well, what is happening here is, now I'm gonna show you what's happening here. Let me show you exactly what's going on here. I went to New York a month ago. I went to New York about a month and a half ago. And I had gone in March, and I went again at the end of April. I did a tape called The Conspiracy of Hip Hop. A tape called A Conspiracy Against Hip Hop. And Brother Darrell got him back there. And I went up in there, and the brother wanted to do some stuff. And so I started to do this lecture on hip hop, and I just thought that it was going to be a segment in what I was going to deal with, and I was going to deal with about a good 10 minutes or 15 minutes. But as it kept unraveling, the mysteries into this thing kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper into the mysteries until there was so much conspiracy going on with the hip hop thing until it came out a whole tape. And it got deeper and deeper and deeper and did a whole tape. Now while I was up there, so it's a badass tape on hip hop now. And Brother Darrell has it. While I was up there, the brother kept saying, look, we got these, he got all these people that was hung in lynching, the 100-year lynching. He said, I want to do something next time on the lynching thing. I said, well, cool, or whatever, So the next time I came back, he said, I want to do this thing on lynching. He said, I tried, Brother Dawood, tried a couple of people, and they only spent like a couple of minutes on it. I want to do a real, so I said, well, shit. I said, well, hell, well, you see the pictures and all. I said, but as far as the mystery behind it, let's see what happens as far as the spirit. So I split the stuff 4 ways as far as the elixir. And I said, I'm gonna let the motherfuckers that died come and do the shit. And they're gonna set the tone on what they want. This whole thing about all holding them down. And them others come back, they was talking shit about the cracker. And was mad. And anyway, I did a whole tape. So I brought that tape here, and Brother Darrell is recording them, and he got them here too. It called the attack of something of the warlords. What's the name of it?
I'm not sure.
The spiritual attack of the warlords. Anyway, it's a tape on the 100 years of lynching, and the spirit started coming out in there, and them motherfuckers came back, And I was talking, and the same time I was talking, I was like I was going to sleep. But what it was putting me in trance. And they was coming through. And what it is I realized these ancestors, man, they want their voice heard. You see what I'm saying? So they was coming back through me, and I did 6 hours and broke the shit down, and even in the middle of the taping on, and the brother who had done some of the research, we started collaborating, and in the taping came out, the brother even showed me in the tape, he showed me a person, he said, look at that guy right there, and we talking, and it got this black man being hung. And right beside, he said, you see that guy there? I said, well, who that? He said, that's Prescott Bush, George Bush's grandfather, George Bush Jr., grandfather, and the George Bush Sr. that just got out of his fucking daddy. He's standing right there, and a motherfucking black motherfucker getting hung. And I'm saying, well, look here, this is the kind of motherfuckers you got running shit, which proved my whole thing about the whole Klan shit was on a whole other level, and we thinking that the little boy with the chewing tobacco is the Klan. That's just the foot soldier that they put out there that they even had a war against to clean up because they got out of hand. But the real shit is these crackers that all over our life every day. And George Bush Sr., well, Prescott Bush, the grandfather Bush, is standing right there, and the black man being hung. It was a whole bunch of shit. But the ancestors came through. So now what's happening here is, we're going to go into some of that tomorrow, is the ancestors now are coming back through. But the thing about it here is come to find out that guess where they live? They live inside your DNA. That's their home where they go. They are inside of the damn DNA. You see what I'm saying? That's their home. That's where they actually live, inside of your central nervous system. You see? Inside of their central nervous system, there's a book called Demons of the Inner World, and they talk about dead people in one's head. But in there, they live inside of the central nervous system. And so therefore, they are now coming there, and what's happening is this here. You had 2 realms. You had the ancestral realm, and you had this physical realm, and as a result, one realm was weaker. That realm started becoming stronger now, because this realm is petering out. So that ancestral realm now is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. That's why the people got sick on the boats out there on those cruise ships recently, because those out there in those waters where they held all them slaves, and those particular cruise ships, those are the ancestors fucking them up. Look out for more sharks coming this summer. You see what I'm saying? In the water, biting people, because those are ancestors. You see what I'm saying? Getting into the damn sharks. You see what I'm saying? A lot, and I believe also too, because like I said, I was on a flight today, but the last 2 flights I was on, man, the plane could barely stay up there. And I would be questioning shit if I didn't have my shit all hooked up. But the ones I was on in May, it was raining, so I was just thinking it was still might have been the weather. But the day when the sun was shining, I go, oh, I get it. There's some shit up here. There's some shit that's happening up here in the winds. But guess what? The ancestors are the fucking winds. So I told the people, I said, look, to start the magic, when I was in Pittsburgh, I said, we're going to start the magic today. We tell these people this tomorrow too. The magic starts, the first basis of magic is to control the elements. Well, the best way to control the elements is to control the weather. So if you can control the weather, you can control every aspect of your life if you can start with the weather. So I have been started controlling the weather, man, about 4, 5, 6 years ago. And one time I was in Indiana when Brother Darrell used to have me up there, and I tell the motherfuckers, you better not rain. You know these goddamn niggas ain't coming out here do no lecture, and it rained. And it wouldn't rain. And we do the whole lecture. One time we did the lecture, as soon as we stepped out the building, from the lecture over, they would start pouring down cats and dogs. So when I was in Pittsburgh 3 weeks ago, I woke up and it was raining. I said, you black motherfuckers, you know better than this goddamn shit. I said, don't worry, motherfucker, it better not be raining when I step in that goddamn lecture. See, I'm talking to the same ancestors. When I stepped in the lecture, that shit was sunshine. So I told the people to control the weather. So the next day, they said, you notice it didn't rain? And I said, yeah, because the forecast said it was supposed to rain all that weekend. They said, you know it didn't rain. I said, damn, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful that day, that Sunday, compared to what it was the day before. And I had it sunshiny. But this Sunday, they had a little party for me, and when I went there and all it was beautiful, I'm like, damn. They was like, man, we was controlling their weather. So that's one of the ways to do it, but it also has to do with the ancestors. You see what I'm saying also? That is the force that is returning. I'm gonna deal with some other stuff tomorrow, but that is the force that is also returning, is that particular ancestral force that what you're talking about, you know, when they talk about the dead shall outnumber the living. What's that?
What you think about, like, I think it was like about 200 tornadoes in the Midwest?
Yeah. Ain't that some shit? Yeah. They said the most they have ever had in recorded history in one day, in a couple of hours, 200 and something. You see what I'm saying? Now the cracker ain't got that kind of energy to do nothing, even with HARP or nothing like that. That was just some straight up thing, whereas they came in and they said they wiped whole towns off the map. They had some towns that they say the fucking towns are no more. Now it's interesting because I always talk about in my lecture about an entity that I pulled down when we went to the Jackson Pimpson Mounds, these Native American mounds, and we pulled this entity down called Thunderdog. I talk about this in my lectures about this Thunderdog entity. And it's interesting because it showed on the news that one of the ones that was hard as hit was Jackson, Tennessee, right there with the Thunderdog. I said, oh shit, that's Thunderdog. That's fucking Thunderdog. The same entity that we went and pulled from the Native American, where we invoked him, and he told us to build altars to him. He was a Native American farmer of Anubis. From the Native American burial ground, the same entity, that same place. I'm quite sure the burial ground didn't get hit, but they were Native American mounds. That same place.
That's kind of crazy, son. I see the cartoon was recently called Underdog. It's mostly little dog eat pills and shit and get straight.
Well, this is a whole nother entity though. This is Thunderdog. This is a Native American spirit, a form of Anubis and also too. And he got hit. Mm-hmm. What's that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's that?
Yeah. No one never mentioned, we always talking about Egypt, right? I've been going back to my Indian ancestry. Nobody never talked about that part of us being here before even coming on the ship. And I've been having a lot of dreams being out with the Indians. My granddaddy was Indian, right?
Yeah.
And nobody never mentioned about the Indian part of our that's coming back in. All that tornadoes and storms, the Trail of Tears, all that stuff is working right. The same place.
The whole connection, the whole connection with that whole thing. You see, it's all connected, and on that cracker know it too. Yeah, that's why the cracker took the. Here he goes again. That's why he got foreign soldiers over here. And what they do, they put them in the desert, although there was some energy over there. That ain't nothing but some damn burial ground. That's the damn wilderness. The hotbed, the ultimate jump, the shit gonna jump off here. And that's why they had to get foreign troops to lock down this shit. That's what's on all these doggone bases.
Lately, I've been getting my sleep confused with reality. Lately, I've been going to sleep at night. I mean, this has been going on for some weeks now. I've been waking up in my damn sleep. I'm waking up and I'm seeing motherfuckers standing around me. Then I got people in the background. I recently started to realize these are motherfuckers in the background. But I'm waking up and I got motherfuckers pushing me back down. And it's like water shit is falling over my face and stuff. And I mean, I'm like, and I'm fighting, and next thing you know, I'm waking up and I'm pushing the cover over my head.
Well, a lot of times,
I mean, some crazy shit. What is it? What's up with that? What do you know about that?
Well, a lot of times when they say that, some people say they wake up and there's some people around them and all, and they put them back to sleep or whatever. I've heard instances where they're working on them. You have a lot of instances that come and they will work on you spiritually. They're opening up certain centers and they're doing certain things like that, and they work on you too. So that has a lot to do with things also too.
No. I don't think these motherfuckers working on me. I think they fucking with me. Because, I mean, if I didn't know any better, I could have sworn I heard somebody in the background say, "This motherfucker say he gonna kick our ass."
That's probably true.
Well, it could. Well, I do know. You can have those type. Where you can have certain things like that too. I do know certain things.
And all I know, you ain't supposed to feel pain in your damn sleep. Somebody stabbed me with some shit.
Well, there is such thing as spiritual war on a certain plane also too. But you can block all that out by doing certain hooking your house up with certain things that they can't even enter.
Yeah, I had this friend last time you came. You were talking about this energy, Larido, and the gate that opened, and a lot of entities came in, and they were going to begin to deal with sisters, particularly via the sexual route. And I know somebody that they came in and she didn't know what to do, and now they labeling her as schizophrenic. And
unfortunately,
what can that individual do, because she does not have a knowledge to deal with that, and they are countering that with medication, and she's saying she's constantly feeling.
Well, I want to ask you, does she believe? She doesn't believe in none of it. Is the sister conscious, or it's one of the?
She was waking up to consciousness via over route, and something happened. I don't know. She went to a ritual, and she got something. But she was cool to me, in terms of just talking to her. But then I didn't see her for a couple of years, and now they put that label on her, and she don't know what to do.
See, the whole thing here is a lot of stuff can be explained through information. If she was to get the right type of information to understand that these things do happen. There's people that come and entities have astral sex with you. And a lot of women experience these things, but unfortunately, like I said, if she got the doctors, you see what I'm saying, it's just gonna make the shit matters worse.
That's what happened,
You see, right?
Her mother, they took her to the doctor, and she says she's trying to cut off the medication, but
Well, my point is I know sisters that have astral sex all the time, and it's an experience, but did she freak out to the point where
I wasn't around, but I'm saying I think she did, because now, she just don't know what to do when nobody's helping her. She is somehow accepting the label of schizophrenic, and they really, can't define that, but, I've done some research for and found out a lot of that could be controlled somewhat, nutritionally,
I get ready to say, because diet can also balance it out too. But you're going to have to get off, see, that's the thing about it though. See here, you're going to have to get, first thing, you're going to have to get off that medication. You see what I'm saying? Right. You see what I'm saying and all. They got some doctors now, some of the components that they put in the medication is made to give a certain response to cooler person out, they got some doctors that also can make that stuff herbally for a balance. But that stuff there, they probably in this particular case, it's basically they know once you go to the hospital what your shit is. Although they might not tell the family or whatever, they might claim they don't know. They know what time it is. So therefore, the medication that they're doing is to keep her crazy. You see, and to make her schizophrenic. You see, it goes from a spiritual episode to a schizophrenia type thing. And the sad part about it is that she's just going to have to find some kind of way to break her loose, because your family, boy, see, that's a whole nother dilemma. They get a hold and it's a matter of people that don't know versus the people that do know, and the people that don't know, you know what I'm saying, is in the majority. You know, so that's the first step, is to get away from that. And then, you know what I'm saying, like I said, the diet, the detox, that's one thing. And then if she can find some type of knowledge, or she can either work, there's some certain entities that can also help her. Like those three sisters, Otisha, T.H., and Sheola, those entities can actually help her. You see, you know, and there's other ones that came forth. We're gonna get into some more. We up to like 21 of them, but there's at least 10 that's active right now that she can work with. We're gonna give those also. What's that? Come on, yeah.
Do you see any connection between AWAS and Aleister Crowley in this new movie with Morgan Freeman and Jim Carrey?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to try to check out now. You know, I haven't been able to see it yet, so I can do it. One sister saw it and all, but I don't think she knows enough about the esoteric world to really decipher it and all. You see what I'm saying? And all, other than the shit being funny. So, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to check that out so that I can see what this thing here is and all, and see what that whole thing, because that's a good observation with the AWAS thing, a tall, dark man, and his, you know, they say in his 30s, but they do have Morgan Freeman still playing God up in the whole 9 yards. So I'm going to go see what the stuff is and just get past the who's playing what, and just to see the signs, because they already put Morgan Freeman as God. Well, they had him as the president damn near 3-4 years ago. You see what I'm saying? That's 3-4 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So they already did that and all. So we're just saying a hell of a statement. And it broke the same, I think it broke the Friday. Matrix came out on Thursday. It came out on Friday. So why the hell you gonna put something out right up under the Matrix? Jim Carrey is big enough star to come out a weekend by his damn self. Why they gonna put something right after that if they ain't trying to cover something up? And even if it don't say nothing, just for the mere fact you got Morgan Freeman as God says a lot within itself. You see what I'm saying? A black man as God says a lot within itself. You see what I'm saying? You see, that's amazing right there. You see, but to put it up under the Matrix, and so the Matrix can purposely overshadow it. They ain't stupid now. You see what I'm saying? You got all the summer blockbusters. You could put it out in July. They put it out right up under the Matrix, and it just so happened that why would they put a movie like that right up under the day after the Matrix to come out, and then they got the black man playing God? That's not by mistake. That's not by mistake at all. You know what I'm saying?
You got a so-called black woman playing God in their Matrix.
Well, yeah, right.
She was mother to me.
Yeah, right. So that which one day they announce she's God, and the next day, what's her name is, which is interesting. You made the observation with that, because the simple fact is we do know that a lot of times they'll put 3 or 4 movies out, and all the movies they put out at the same time tell the story, or they'll put one out a year before and a year after that. Like Dark City came out the year before Matrix, and get Dark City and get the Matrix and stuff, and you get a whole it extends the information that you get in Matrix 1 if you get Dark City and put it together and all. So here it is on Thursday the 5th. During the eclipse, they announced that the black woman is the mother of the Matrix, and the next day they come out with Morgan Freeman as the father. Here's this whole thing here and all this good observation and stuff. Cause that's how shit goes, and all also too, you know.
Well, when I first seen the Matrix, you know, the spirit told me to go back and revisit the movie Tron. The word movie Tron and Matrix is almost synonymous. You have a thing out there called an artificial entity, which is your artificial you, that somebody's using you. They call them users. You got a spirit, you got a person in the real world using you in the cyber world.
Well, see, also get what you call it. See, because they've also said also that before you had the Matrix, you still had Terminator 1 and 2, which is the same thing. It was the man versus the machines. Yeah. And they was coming to get John Connor, who was a messiah that taught them. Remember, Connor came and they said he taught us how to defend ourselves and fight against the machine. Well, in the Matrix 1, they said the guy that was the spirit in Neo, before he taught them how to fight the Matrix and stuff. So you gotta look at that, and then we see Terminator 3 coming out again also too. Yeah. And although the Hulk looks mighty motherfucking, this, you know, this computer generation, they can go kind of crazy, but still again, I ain't sleeping on it. The Hulk thing, they ain't sleeping on it because it's also still talking about your anger.
And his name is Bruce. And Bruce is another, means Bruce.
And what, oh, Bruce Banner. Yeah, right.
Your
Bruce
anger. Almighty.
Oh, yeah, Bruce Almighty, but I'm talking about the Hulk.
But I'm saying his name is Bruce. And Bruce, I mean, because I do a lot of research on names. It's another word for Bruce.
Yeah, okay.
Or Brutish.
Well, we'll see. Well, you got the Hulk coming out, and I'm not going to sleep on it. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to sleep on it because it's, you know, it's just like, take for instance, you had Godzilla.
Melanin, Bruce. Because if you hit somebody that's pale, they bruise. And they turn what?
Everything is everything. Like this, they had the Godzilla that came out in '98, the big blockbuster, which was good. Then they had Godzilla 2000 came out, which is in the traditional Godzilla movie, which was the one, you know, it's the regular old format and stuff like that. But they said, you know, but a lot of those drop a lot of science in them. A lot of those drop a lot of science in them and stuff, yeah.
You were saying your anger.
Yeah, your anger is good. You really look, when you really want to get these spirits to act, most of your anger is projected outward, but if you really want to get them to act, get angry. And a lot of times that's what really, because that's a lot of, see, what we're talking about here is this here. A lot of things that was encoded into the religions, I'm not talking about spirituality, religions of 2,000 years ago, that was to shut people down so that they could be obedient to society, so the Romans could rule, and later on, you know, and different things like that. If you go to the ones prior to religion, and you go back to the ancient mystery system, you had these warrior heroes. Hero, the word hero is Heru. So you had these warriors, and a part of their messianic trait was to get angry. Same thing with fucking damn Morpheus. I mean, what's the name? He kicking ass in this goddamn movie. He ain't sitting back talking about Mary had a little lamb. I mean, a Neil and stuff, and Morpheus. So your anger is a combat, but on the other side, anger stirs these entities up inside of you. You see what I'm saying? These entities, and a lot of times when shit ain't working right with me, it's because I ain't got mad enough. You see what I'm saying? Then shit start to work, because that's a force. So here's also, so your anger can also be a force. Remember, it was in the movie Spawn. The guy was telling him about, you got it, you got the force and stuff, and you got the anger and stuff, and you just don't know how to use it. But nevertheless, they were supposed to do about 2 or 3 of those movies and stuff like that and all. They did the one, But that's when it was really supposed to go into some stuff. You see what I'm saying? With his cape and his melanin and all that kind of stuff. And they still got all that in the comic book series that you can buy. But the anger is good. That's a force. And I'm not talking about some stuff that I invented. That's in the Sanskrit text. That's how Shiva, which is also Horus, when Shiva gets mad, he burns up shit with his third eye. So he raises the Kundalini through his third eye, and that's when he burns up shit.
Destroy time, too, right?
Yeah, destroy time and all this kind of thing here. So anger is good. So the whole hope thing is coming out, this type of thing, you know. They're doing all this type of stuff. At this particular time, they monitoring shit. They know, man, they're saying people so